now we can actually get back to this. Okay, it says we're live, but for some reason it's not going live. Hang on. Sometimes I just gotta reset. There we go. There we go. Okay, crisis averted. So, there were some things on my IBIS page that I had to close off because, well, yeah, not very safe for YouTube. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to put a line here because in the original I actually, like, forgot to put, like, space up here. So we're just going to kind of put a line there. Oh, for fuck's sake, I hate this stupid fade. Go away. And watch, now that I had a perfect line that I'm not going to be able to even get in place. Yeah, I can see it curving. So just give me a second, guys. I'm going to fix this real quick, and then we'll get to the fun stuff. Okay, that don't work. Okay, we're just probably going to have to go with something. Just to avoid having to do this over and over and over and over and over and over again. Close enough. It'll have to work. Because I'm not going to spend all day doing this shit. Besides, we're going to be doing a revision anyways, so it'll be fine. Nope, it's going to bug me if I don't get rid of it. So, just give me a minute, guys. This will take a second because the straight line tool is very tacky to use. That's probably the closest I'm going to get. That's fine. Alright. So, basically, we've got easy panel, harder panel, easy panel. So, the majority of all these panels are going to be easy. But the third one with the girl, like in full body mount, is going to be harder. It's just harder because it's going to have a lot of details to go over. So we're going to do we'll do the numbers last and the text. So yeah, I guess we just get started. So first things first, make a folder for panel 1. Panel, thank you. So hopefully everyone's having a fantastic early morning. I'm still having my coffee because I need my brain juice to wake up. Hello, Chepa-san. So, okay, we're just going to basically start with rows. This was like one of the pages that really made me practice a lot with side angle. Oh, shit. Make another layer. We're just going to turn the main layer down to 50%, so this is so much easier. Why is it not turning down? Oh, there we go, there we go. I must have screwed up. I was on the wrong layer. That was what was wrong. Now, we just go over line by line. Okay, I think I'm still in straight line tool. Yes, I am. So join me as we just basically do trace overs and make these drawings look nice and pretty. Or try to. Shyness. Hi, I think your drawings are really pretty. Well, I appreciate that, even though it is kind of like I'm a complete amateur to drawing. I've only been doing it for like a year. Like seriously, I've only been doing it seriously for about a year, but I try my best. Okay, it looks like I had to enlarge this one a little bit, which makes sense because I do struggle with side angle a lot. Side angle is really one of my enemies. Luckily, I've picked up on how to do it a little better now, so there's a method now so that the chins aren't too long or the noses aren't too far from the face. That's the trickiest part about side angle to me. It's a tricky angle for sure. But drawing it over and over again definitely does get your chops up. Okay, I'm going to have to curve that a little bit. Because your lips aren't a straight 90-degree angle, they are curved. So these first two ones are not going to be too bad. They're going to be pretty simple. Maybe if I can draw a straight line. Yep, that'll work. Nope, that looks squared. More like that. Yeah, there we go. That looks more like a fang. There's her tongue. But yeah, I've basically been drawing for about a year, seriously. Like, just been doing my best to get better. And doing like art challenges has really been the thing that's helped me the most. Like if there's one huge tip, oh my god, that's strong. If there's one huge tip that I can give to anybody who wants to learn to draw, challenge yourself. I know you don't want to step outside that comfort zone, but trust me when I say challenging yourself and stepping outside of your comfort zone is the best thing you can do for yourself. It's going to force your brain and yourself to be like trying different things. That's literally what the challenges are for. The first one I tried was Art Fight. And Art Fight was not as grueling as, say, Inktober, because in Art Fight you can literally just take your time and draw whenever the fuck you want. But basically all Art Fight is you choose OCs that people submit and draw them as a way of basically just, I guess, practicing your art. And developing your art skills, of course. And it definitely was challenging. I'm kind of disappointed in myself that I didn't finish like all of the submissions or all of the choices that I had chosen. But that just happened. Exhaustion kicked in and I wasn't going to force myself. It's not good for my health. It's not good for anything. So yeah, just did what was best for me. Stopped when I did. But I still got a lot of experience out of it. But yep, I hope everyone's having a great morning with their families. If you're just hanging with like your cat or your dog, that too. Right now, I'm just enjoying this process with all of you. Having woken up a little bit. Like my morning routine is basically get up, have coffee, like play some of my games, like just do my dailies in some of my games. Like one I've really gotten more into, well, I should say one that I've gone back into is definitely Nikkei. Like Nikkei has definitely been a very like impressive like return experience. But one of the newer games that I've really gotten attached to is Chaos Zero Nightmare. It's a really fun turn-based RPG, and even though it's made by the same company as the ones that made up X7, which is a game that it was actually technically my first gacha game I ever tried. And honestly, it was fun for a while, but then it got to the point of where basically if you don't have the best like units, you're fucked pretty much. It was meta or bust. So I quit that game and tried this one, and yeah, much, much, much more fair to newer players. Do I expect it to stay that way? Absolutely not. Because when you have competitive players in a game that has PvP, then yeah, it's definitely going to turn to the meta. But hey, that's what games are for. They're meant to be only played. You can quit them whenever you want. That's how I look at it. Okay. So that's been the game that I've mainly been playing in the morning because it's just a good wake up routine. I don't really have to do much. I can just sit back and watch my units play the game for me. On top of that, I can also look at the art styles and see if there's like a character I want to attempt to draw or something like that. Like pick up on some different ideas for maybe my characters or whatever. Like that's the best way you can actually like learn character design is just to look at other designs that people have done. I'm hoping to get 2 pages done today because this page, besides this one right here, which is going to be a lot of tracing, it's nothing is really difficult on this page. It's just a lot of trace over. And that is really the only part of this page that's going to be difficult because it's a full body shot. So I'm imagining it's probably going to be possible, but I don't know. It all depends. Okay, let's do the eyes last. Like if you ever want to learn how to like character design, one thing I recommend severely is to just look at other designs and more importantly, draw OCs. Like pick up on how to draw your own like just try drawing your own unique characters. Like build your own arsenal and just try different things with them. Like there's so many characters that I've drawn that have like specific designs or specific details and they've come basically like they've been inspired from other sources, but they haven't been like, dead ass copies. Hello, Alice Snow? Yeah, okay. I thought I didn't see that for right for a sec. How are you in this lovely morning, or if you're in a foreign country, an evening or afternoon? Nice. Okay. Okay, I think my hand's starting to get adjusted now. Usually it takes a minute for it to really start drawing straight lines in the mornings when I'm just barely starting. It happens. That's good. I'm doing great. I'm just working on getting this done and basically what the process we're in right now is we're just basically going over the rough version and making it look nice and pretty. Like stuff that needs to be retraced is definitely being played let me try that again. Stuff that is needing to be revised is being, basically retraced over so that it looks nice and clean. A process that can be long or short depending on how my hand likes to behave. Nope. Connect. Maybe. There we go. Okay, let's do this outer strand. Like, definitely this has been the hardest part of this entire process, is just character design. Like, trying to make them look different so they don't have same face syndrome. And trust me when I say that's a lot harder than you would think. My hands are the same. Yeah, I have epilepsy, so I have medications that make my hands shaky naturally. So to get them to hold still, it takes a second for my hand to adjust to like the rhythm of the pen in my hand. And of course to get used to holding still and like just balancing itself out. Takes a second or two. Okay. Got all the baselines down. Now we just need to do her eye. One thing I've learned though that's weird, like you would think this wouldn't be a thing, uh, but let your wrist do the work, not your hand. It's so weird how it actually does apply to that because your wrist actually has more stability than actually like your fingers, which makes sense. But yeah, you can't just let your wrist do the work of like rotating like this rather than your actual like hand or fingers. And more importantly, when you're tracing over stuff like this, go slow. You don't need to go fast. The eyes are especially important because they are one of the key features of the face that you first go to with your eyes. So, very, very important that you get the curvature and the shape correct. Otherwise, it's going to look off. And this has happened to me one too many times. Arthritis? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'll probably eventually get arthritis. I'm not saying I want arthritis. I'm just saying it's most likely I will get arthritis because, well, I don't just draw. I play guitar. I'm on a computer a lot. Like I type. Move my hands around a lot on a guitar neck. Like everything that I do just screams arthritis. Like future arthritis problems. It just screams it. Like it's destined. Like I don't want arthritis, don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's probably eventually gonna happen. Plus it's on my family's like it's in my family's like history like crazy. My dad has it. I don't know if my mom has it, but I think she does in certain areas. But yeah, arthritis definitely I think I will eventually get when I get older. And unfortunately that's just part of life, isn't it? Okay. One set of eyelashes. Now one of the key parts of the eye, which is the iris. Eyes give life to the character. Yes, they are one of the key details that will like make the character pop. And I've learned this I just learned this through drawing characters a lot. Like there's certain designs that will just catch your eye and be like, "Ooh, that's cool." Like what are some eyes that I can think of that are like you look at them and you know it's that character? Man, I'd have to think hard about that one. But yeah, there's just certain like eye designs that are or like just certain eyes that are very poignant or very like it's that character. And especially anime eyes, like anime eyes, very very important with the eyes. Okay, now we just turn on the opacity. It's 30% pretty good. That's pretty good. I didn't miss anything, did I? I don't think so. Genetics. Yes, I know it's genetic. My family has it on both sides. Okay. Let's erase the trace over. Or, no, turn off the trace over. Turn that off. Combine those. And then we go to the main sketch and erase the entire thing. Oh, this hurts to do. It hurts to do, but it's aight. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I've done this already with over 100 drawings, so it's not that big of a deal. And the way I learned art is so fucking weird. Like, I learned art in such a weird way. I have a character with irises that look like gears. Ooh, that's actually really cool. Like, I can't think of a character right now with specific eyes that when you look at them, you know it's them. Zhongli has some pretty specific eyes. Raiden, Shogun, like all of the Genshin Impact archons have very, 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 very like, you know, when you see the eyes, you know it's like an archon. Raiden's like, they have the glowing effect and all that stuff. And that's one thing that I will say that, you know, Hoyoverse is really good at is eye design. They're really, really hard to replicate. Then there's others with just like plain Jane, very, very like NPC kind of eyes. Which the way I draw eyes is basically I draw the iris on the outside and then put one ring on the inside. Because I'm not really heavy into like that kind of design yet. And another thing that also adds just life to eyes is reflections. Like, you need to have reflective like properties in the eyes, otherwise the eye is not going to look like an eye. The eyes will definitely look more realistic and the character will look more lively if you add reflection. The way you do that is just with a simple little highlight. Haven't posted any pictures of her yet. Oh, that's actually really cool. Like, and don't be afraid to put your art out there, because trust me, I was nervous too when I posted my first picture and I sucked ass when I did. But it's a learning process. It's a growing process. Like, I'm still learning even now. Like, I'm still learning every single time I draw something. Oh, there's something new I can add. Oh, there's a new technique that makes this a little bit more easier. You know, stuff like that. All right, there's our clean version. Okay, panel 1's done. Let's move on to panel 2. Let's see. Yes. New layer. Okay. Now on to Star. Like, all these characters are all OCs that I've drawn. The original, like, universe they come from is not very safe for work, but that's okay. This is an alternate universe where they're more so, you know, not the best people, but they're not like villains by any means. Like, bullies I wouldn't consider villains per se, unless they do some really, really twisted shit. Henry Bowser's is a perfect example. Like, Henry Bowser from It is just a straight up psychopath. Oh shit. Yeah, now my hand's getting a lot more steady. Getting a lot more steady. Alright, let's take a look at that. Nope, you can see the dentage, so let's get rid of that. Much better. Ugh. So yeah, this is my second. This is technically my second attempt at a comic style. In anime, they use eyes to display emotions. Eyes with no eye remains cold, blood, mindset, or mind control. Yes, in anime, the eyes are very much part of the character in terms of like their like mood, emotion, the type of person they are. Like it really sells their character. Like you can look at anime eyes and be like, oh, that's a villainous like character. You can tell, or that's like the protagonist, or this is an NPC. You know, someone who doesn't really matter. And some of my favorite eyes to draw are the ones that are like more expressive, I guess you could say. Like I love drawing like evil eyes, the red eyes with like uh, like glowing pupils and all that stuff. You know, it is a really hard thing to pull off correctly. Hopefully that looks right. I can't really tell. Sorry, dyslexia. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Wouldn't be the first typo that I've done too. Trust me. It's happened multiple times. Eye shine, I mean eye shine. Well, you've basically got the idea down. Like anime eyes have things like, you know, stars or like a something like that in them to give them more expression. Like if the character is really excited, they have like stars in their eyes to symbolize, you know, oh hey, this is really cool. Or if they're really sad, their eyes are usually closed and kind of lifeless. Like one character that I did for Inktober was the Spider Mother from Demon Slayer. And that was a really fun character to draw because her eyes were like a different kind of bleh, were a different kind of eye type I've never drawn before. They were like lifeless, and it makes sense because it's a demon, it's an antagonist. It's supposed to be lifeless. She was a lot of fun to draw, even though there were some parts of that were just like I was about ready to lose my damn mind. Especially with her like not katana, that's a sword dork. Uh what's it called? Kimono. Her kimono that she wears. Oh my god. Given I'd never drawn that before, it was a pain in my ass. So I had to look up some references to figure it out. Yeah, it worked out. I really love the results of it, especially like the actual like additional details they add to her, like blood on her fingers, blood in her webbing, stuff like that, just to kind of symbolize, oh yeah, this is a bad person or a bad guy, you know. It was a lot of fun to do that one. I believe that was day 30. It was towards the end, I know that. Another one I really enjoyed was what's her goddamn name? Well, in the Japanese culture, it was something totally different. Basically, Samara from the Ring movies. That was a lot of fun to draw because it was like a totally different kind of way of like drawing in like protagonist or not protagonist, antagonist. Sadoko Yamamura, I think is her name. in Japanese culture. Alright, let's see. Let's get our thing out of the way. But yeah, it's my second attempt at actually trying like a comic. I've done one comic before, and you can tell it was like my first try because the comic was very rough. Like, it was a good comic. It was just, you could tell. It was my beginner, like, try. So I gave it a little while, learned a little bit more on how to draw certain things and all that stuff. And yeah, it's definitely helped okay. That's very uneven. Let's try this again. Trying to make it look pretty, not dorky. Okay, why is it curving? That's weird how that's like curving when it doesn't even look like it's curving in the original. Oh well, if it's not too big of a detail, I'm not too worried about it. Okay. It's a little off, but again, I always think from the spectator's point of view. You can't really see that. I can see it, but I don't really think the spectator's going to give a crap. They're going to see like this for as long as maybe, what, like 3 seconds? So I'm not really too worried about it being too perfect. That's better. Okay, let's do, what is that? Oh, it's part of her ear, isn't it? I believe that is part of the ear, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, let's just go from the neck down. I usually do the facial features last. Clothing can hit at personality traits. Oh yeah, definitely. Like if they're in a frilly dress, they can be like either royal or they could be like, you know, free mind, like free spirited, like someone who's more like, you know, always happy, like the person who's just constantly in a good mood and never has a frown on their face. And then you have like, you know, like tattered dresses or whatever that could resemble someone who's more like, you know, a rebel. Like Star's a perfect example here. This character's name is Star, and she has ripped clothing. And the ripped clothing is supposed to represent basically that she's someone who doesn't play by the rules, and that is Star's personality. She's a rebel, she's a troublemaker, she's just someone who really doesn't give a flying fuck about who she is or what she does to others. I mean, she's a demon, so kind of makes sense. You know, these characters are not necessarily supposed to be like the bad people of this story, but they are definitely not the best people either. Like, they're literally drowning someone in a toilet right now. Okay, let's see. But yeah, things like clothing, expressions, the eyes, certain parts of the design all play into the characters, like, you know, personality, their role. Whoops, I didn't mean to push that. Sorry, the multi-window thing is at the bottom, and sometimes I accidentally tap it with my pen tip. So sometimes I accidentally end up going into the multi-window screen. Same thing with the home button. Sorry. Okay, let's go for this hair strand. Not to mention, another thing that can also hit at a personality style is hair. There's certain hair details that you can definitely add that play into the character's role and, who they are. Like, there's things like spirals. Spirals can, represent a twisted mind or something like that. And that actually relates to Inktober too, because I had to draw basically gender bent jigsaw from Billy the Puppet, and it was one of my favorite pieces. Honestly, it was so much fun to make, and to sell home that they have a twisted mindset because Jigsaw from the Saw movies does have a twisted mind. There was a lot of like spirals in the hair. Not to mention the spiral is also just a key key symbol throughout the entirety of the Saw franchise. Excuse me. Oh, whoops. There we go. I watch speed paints to study different techniques. See, and that's a difference for me because I can't really see different techniques unless it's being done in real time. I'm really much better at learning through visual learning, but I need the person to explain what they're doing slowly so that I can tell what they're doing. Like learning how to blend skin color so that it looks a lot more realistic. Yeah. That was one of my early lessons of just like learning how to color. Don't even get me started with lighting, because lighting is definitely a huge, huge challenge. I especially struggle if there's more than one light source. It's that noise that I can hear. I think it's I think it's the TV in the front room like vibrating my walls. Keep hearing something the just out of the I don't know. But anyways, art's basically just a learning process, and it's been an amazing learning process for me because what I love the most about art is that I can make something that I honestly can just call my own and learn new things and create these characters like in my own image that I adore. Like one I always love to draw is Firefly from Honkai Star Rail. She's always a fun draw. I love drawing her. And and in Inktober, there was a lot of like character like drawings, and the hardest one was definitely from Wuthering Waves, because she was new. I'd never drawn her before, so of course she was going to be a challenge. I remember she took a while, but eventually I did get it. She was definitely a more tricky one. Mainly because her hair was not quite the same from what I've done before. Like when it comes to learning how to draw a character, like when it comes to different hairstyles, that's kind of where things get difficult. Like if they have a very specific kind of hairstyle that I've never drawn before, oh boy. Like I attempted to draw Farina from Genshin Impact before because I love that character, and immediately I hated it. I hated it because, well, she has like 3D like aspects to her hair. She has like these little curls that come down below like her chin, and they have like a 3D effect to them. And I tried to draw them, but they always turned out looking weird. So I just gave up. I'm like, this, I'm done. And moved on to drawing a character, that I actually know how to draw. It's like I saw this take on someone saying that drawing fan art is not progressing your art style at all, and I completely disagree with that. Because what has taught me how to draw different things and learn how to do different, like, hairstyles and stuff? Fan art. Trying to draw, like, characters from games and stuff that I've never attempted to draw before. Learning from another creator's style is the best way to progress your stuff. So I do not agree with whatever that person was saying. They said by basically only drawing fan art, it doesn't progress your art style. I completely and utterly disagree. Yes, you should draw more than just fan art. I agree with that aspect. But for them to say it doesn't teach you anything or advance your skills, I disagree because I have full proof that it does indeed progress your skills. If I hadn't learned how to draw, say Firefly, I wouldn't have learned how to draw, like, how to blend colors in hair. It's still difficult. But Firefly has, like, those highlights in her hair that are like a greenish, grayish kind of color. Had I not learned how to draw that, I would have never learned how to blend hair colors. What's another thing that I've learned from, like, drawing characters? Oh, Carthea. Had I never drawn her, I would have never learned how to draw small chests. Same thing with her hair. Her hair was a massive pain in the rear to learn how to draw, and it still is hard, but I learned how to draw a certain hairstyle, and I'm like, what is wrong with people saying that? Like, learning how to draw from another person's point of view and their style, like their design, is the best way to advance your shit. Like, you learn different things, you learn different styles, you learn different, like, things that you'd never learned before. Learning from the person who created it is the best way to learn anything, because that's where it comes from. So yeah, I don't get that utterly bullshit. I've attempted Rainbow Dash before, and her hair is a major pain in my ass. What in the world is going on here? Oh, that's the horn. But that was long, long, long before I actually took art seriously. That was when I was just kind of drawing for funsies with my nieces who were into pony as well. And I don't know. I've never attempted to draw the ponies with my new art skills, but that's mainly because I really don't. I don't know. I just have other things to do, and I'm very busy with other things as well, like this. So I really don't just have time to sit down and just draw, like, things that I want. Unless I'm, like, in a situation where I have to do it. Like, I've tried the whole route of, like, doing requests for people and trying to do, like, commissions and stuff. It's not my thing. It's too much work on me, and it takes up a lot of the time that I could be using to, make content for you guys. Yeah, it's just not me. So I abandoned that road. And honestly, I think that's just part of the process of learning how to, like, develop your art skills and figuring out what kind of artist you actually are. Because not everyone's going to want to do, like, art for others or on on a time crunch. It's just not your thing, so it's something you learn as you go. Like, there's certain things that I don't like to draw, and that's completely understandable. Not everybody's good at everything. Like, there's certain things like buildings and cars and stuff like that I just cannot draw. And like I said, certain hairstyles, the Farina hairstyle. Rarity and Starlight hair are a pain. Yes, because they have that, like, 3D effect to them. They have, like, those curls that are like 3D, and to draw that is just bloop, my brain just turns off instantly. Like I struggled with things like what's the word? Like uh like anthro characters, like half human, half like creature characters. Also, hello. Oh my god. HFGFHHGFF. Hello there. I prefer rabbits. That would basically count as an anthro. And I've never attempted that. I have drawn kitsunes before, but I've never drawn rabbit ears before or anything like that. To my understanding. No, I've never attempted rabbit ears. I've done kitsune. I've done the closest thing I've probably done to that is like the Umamasume like OCs that I've made. And learning how to draw Umamasume like style characters, again, fan art is how you learn how to do different things. The Umamasume OCs taught me a lot of things, like how to draw glowing eyes, how to draw horse ears, how to draw horse tails. And given I love that game, even though it is kind of slow and kind of gets old after a while, yeah, it's definitely taught me a lot of things. And that's why I play like a variety of games, because I learn different like art styles and different ways to draw things from them. And that's the best way you can learn, in my opinion. You shouldn't just do that kind of art style. You should expand and do your own thing. But for the majority, learning how to draw from another artist's perspective is the best way you can learn. Even like the people like Leonardo da Vinci and all that stuff, they all learned from somewhere. Like people say using references is taboo. No, it's not. Leonardo da Vinci used it. Probably, oh god, who made Michelangelo? He used references. How did they use references? They used mirrors. So I don't know who the hell came up with the idea that using references is taboo, but even I ask myself that question. Is using references like, not a good thing? To an extent. Like if you're using it to just trace, then yes, it's a bad thing. But if you're using references as a tool to help you like be more consistent, then no, it's not a problem. Now you get to see my lovely symmetry skills. I suck at symmetry. This is one thing I've always sucked at. But the references, like, I don't get it. I don't understand who the fuck came up with the idea that using references is a bad idea when the most popular artists of all time have all used references. The most popular paintings you've ever seen, the Mona Lisa. What's the one that draws weird shit? I can't think of his name. He's the one who draws like all the bizarre paintings. Like, I cannot think of his damn name. God, famous too. I cannot think of his damn name. But he used references. Every like piece of artwork has probably come from some kind of place of reference. And I just don't understand why someone said, "Oh, using references is a bad thing." If you're using it just to straight up copy paste and just tracing over it, yes, it's a bad thing. But if you're using it as a tool just to be consistent and using your own hand to try and follow that reference, then there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. If you're using it as a tool, it's fine. That's personally my take on references. I use references all the time. If I feel like there's something anatomically incorrect and I can't get the anatomy correct. Like one place that I always struggle, the armpits. I always forget what the inside of an armpit looks like anatomically. And yeah, if I just look up a reference real quick on YouTube, or not YouTube, Google Images, then I'm going to be consistent and it's going to look nice. If using references to taboo, that referencing nature would be taboo. Yes, exactly. Exactly my point. Okay, what thickness was this? I think it was 1.5. Something like that. Probably should make it a lighter color. Meh, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I don't understand who came up with that idea, who decided that brain power was the best way. Like, in a sense, yes, that is what you should do. You should use your brain like to figure things out. But if you legit can't figure something out and it's gonna like look bad if you don't look up a reference, then be consistent and look up a reference. Fuck the snobs. My first like mentor in the art world, I had to ask her, and I felt so dumb for saying it. Is it okay to use references? And she's like, "Oh boy, you're asking the one question that everyone asks." Wait, why is there nothing there? Oh, because I think I know why. I think I did. Is that outside the frame? No, it's not. Okay. And even she was like, "Bro, just use references. Don't let the snobs stop you." And I felt so dumb for asking the question because it is a dumb question. Why should you be afraid to use references when the best of the best have used references? The most popular people in history that have ever made a painting. Oh. Oh, I see what I did. Whoopsie. I need to. We'll just name that base. Okay, what is this? Trace over. Don't know how I did that, but I think I have an idea of how I might have. Okay, go like that. Base. And now we gotta be really careful. Just gotta be careful not to erase those frames and to kind of not overwrite some of the areas. I'm definitely gonna have to add an outside like frame and all that, but yeah, that's in time. So there is no frame here, but there is a frame up here. Oh wait, I can actually. No, never mind. Why not just put that on a different layer? Man, I'm dumb. And now we replace this rough version with the clean version. Somewhat clean. And even when I'm not drawing like, like this with you guys, I am usually sitting on my bed drawing with like a music track playing on another device. Like art is therapeutic to me. It's not like a hassle or a rush or like a job. It feels therapeutic and it's so relaxing. Unless I get to a point where I'm like stuck on something, then I'm like, okay, now I'm getting pissed. Like one thing I still even struggle with to this day is arms. Like arms are my worst enemy. I hate arms. Okay, we gotta be careful here. Certain arm poses, certain hand poses, things like that. Those are my worst enemy. I would argue even sometimes legs can give me issues, but they're not like my main enemy. Like something that constantly gives me shit is arms. So I hate arms. Every time I get to the arms, I'm like, oh boy, here we go. Here we go again. And that's because the arm anatomy is so freaking weird. It is how your bone like structure and all that stuff works on your arm, especially at certain poses, is really, really strange. Okay, I'll go back here. Turn that on. Okay, let's go back to the base real quick. Yeah, it's a TV. Just connect these so they look a little bit more nice. Kind of like the hair going over the frame. That's actually a really cool effect. Okay, so we've got panel 1 and 2 done now. Alright, now the panel that's actually going to be the big one, which is the one with Ashley in it. Rename folder. Nope, I need to make a folder, not rename a folder, dork. Panel 3. And the muscles on the arms are a pain. For men, they are a pain. That's personally me, though. I'm so much better at drawing women than men, by far. I am so much better at that. And not just because one is more preferred over the other. Men are just something I can't get used to. Like the muscle structure, the way that they have how their body forms, just can't figure it out no matter what I do. Okay, let's make sure I'm on the right spot. Yes, I am. Like the muscles aren't too bad. Muscles are honestly just like line here, like there's just curves on like certain areas of the arm that really are just kind of they define the muscle. Like I've had to draw on like muscly women before, and it wasn't too bad. It was just weird because I'm so used to drawing like women that have like an hourglass figure and are more so like swimsuit models rather than muscly women. The thing that I can never draw, even if I've looked up how to draw these things so many times, I've tried my hardest to not make them look like ice boxes, but they always come out like it. The abs. And the abs are honestly one of the more trickier muscles to draw just because I believe they're more like shading than anything. Like they're more of a shading trick to make it look more accurate than actually drawing them. But there's going to be things you can draw, and there's going to be things you just straight up can't. It's natural. Not everybody's good at everything. Like I'm better at the female body than the male body. And I have drawn males before, and some come out good, some come out shitty. But that's just like part of nature. You're good at something, then there's other things that you just aren't good at. It happens. And that's just kind of a learning process, if I'm being completely honest. Just kind of figure out what you're good at, what you're not good at. And for me, that's just personally men. I hate drawing men. I'd rather draw a waifu over a man any day. Oops, shit. What's the date today? Today is the 19th. Okay, so my dentist appointment's tomorrow. I'm just going to go get my teeth cleaned. They need to be cleaned. They haven't been cleaned in a while. As in, they are getting a fix-up. Or, not a fix-up, but you know what I mean. They're going to get, nice and, like, professionally cleaned. All right. Practice, practice, practice. Yes, practice, but some things, there's just some things, no matter how hard you practice, you just can't draw. Like, it happens. It's just, there's things that you are good at, and then there's things you're like, I can't do this. And for me, that's just personally men. I can never figure out how to draw them. It's mainly when I get to the waist area, because I know men are a lot more different because their pelvis is a lot more smaller than a ladies, because ladies have to carry they have a much bigger pelvis because they have to carry the babies. But yeah, I just prefer women over men any day. So much easier to draw for me. Like recently, I tried to draw a guy. Nope, did not end well at all. But who knows? Maybe I'll challenge myself to actually try and do it more consistently down the road. But for now, I just want to focus on this and make a good story. There's no need to rush the learning process. Like, I feel for the most part, I've got anatomy to a good extent. Even though men are a lot more different. They have, broader shoulders. They're a lot more wide than ladies at the top of the body. So, yeah, there are differences. But for the most part, I feel like I've got a good hold on how anatomy works and all that stuff. Even though there is days where I'm just like, ugh. Like, the angles that I really struggle with are the side angles. Like, just trying to figure out how to make the body look right. Yeah. Like, one thing I tend to do is always, make the body too wide from the back to the front. But doing this now is really teaching me how to avoid that problem. Or if I do it, how to fix it. And that's why I mainly just kind of challenge myself with these kinds of things, is because the more you do it, the better you get. There's some things where my brain just does not want to function. What the heck? What is that? That is part of her horn. But yeah, practice, practice, practice. Like, my best way to give you a practice regimen, because this is what I did and it really taught me how to draw very to where I am now. Try and draw at least one thing per day. Doesn't have to be a full-fledged masterpiece. It just has to be something. Like, pick something that you struggle with a little bit and then just try to draw it. Even if it's just a head with no shading or whatever, at least you're getting art skills in. And another thing is that I started traditional, and the one thing that I struggled with like crazy was trying to get the features of the face to match, because I could not get them to match. I even used this thing kind of to use as a guide, and yeah, it just didn't work. No matter what I did, no matter how many videos I watched, nope, it just wasn't happening. Then I tried digital, never went back. Because with digital, I can move things around. I can just fix things in place. I can basically copy paste. I don't have to worry about being perfect by any means. That's why I prefer digital over traditional any day. And sometimes that's just the case. Not to mention I don't have to like worry about the paper ripping because I have to erase like crazy. Like you've seen how many times I've hit the undo button. If that was on paper, that'd be an erase every single time. Or correct. I just noticed this. This doesn't look right. Because that's not how hair strands work. Nope, not the smudge tool. I said not the smudge tool. Cute. Go off course just a little bit. That's okay. That's okay. Like, just learning how to do hair was a pain in the ass. Like, I started basically by doing something more along the lines of, like, there's your head. I would, like, do something like that off the top of the head. Which, that's fine. It looks okay, but... yeah. It's not really the best way to learn how to draw hair for digital. So for digital, you basically have to just kind of draw them as like triangles. So yeah, it's like, womp, womp, womp. And then like down the side, be something like that. Like there's so many layers to hair for ladies specifically. Like for the females, yeah, definitely a lot more layers to hair than men. Men are are much more simplified because their hair is mostly short. Like I learned how to draw the body in a very fucking weird way. And I started with like, not safe for work stuff because that really does teach you how to draw the body. It definitely does. And hey, it worked. Because this is how I am able to draw what I'm drawing now. But that's where I started. Just trying to learn how to draw the body. And I did use, like, references and stuff. But, like, I know people are going to probably get mad at me for this. But this is back when I was a dummy and didn't know what the hell I was doing. I used AI for references. I know, I'm dumb. But you learn from your mistakes. Now I'll probably go to, like, Google or something to figure out a reference or something like that. But yeah, you learn from your mistakes. I was a big dum dum. I sketch in a sketchbook. I sketch in a sketchbook that first and transfer it onto my computer to fix and finish them most of the time. That works too. One of my friends actually does that too. I think that was Midnight that does that. I think my friend Midnight does the same exact thing. She draws it first and then she transfers it onto the computer. Which just sounds like a shit ton of work, in my opinion. But That's because I'm mainly all digital. I'm strict digital. I don't like to do traditional. I don't like to even think of the idea of doing traditional. Sorry. Freaking YouTube just loves to decide to crash at the most random points for no reason except to be a dick. So I apologize for that. Thank you for letting me know that, Alice, because sometimes I don't even notice. But yeah, I apologize. That's completely not my fault. That is completely and utterly YouTube's fault. I don't know why it crashes it, but it does. And that's just something I gotta deal with. Okay, let's actually connect this more accurately. So yeah, sorry about that. I don't know where it went offline, but yeah, stupid YouTube. Oh well, it's a little wide. It's not gonna hurt anything. No, it'll hurt my brain if I don't fix that. Is that more evened out? Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, that's pretty close. I apologize, but yeah, there's not really much I can do about that if YouTube just decides to be a dumbass. I don't even remember where I was, but yeah, the way I the way I learned was so goddamn weird. But oh yeah, I was talking about Inktober. So yeah, Inktober, I tried grayscale. And grayscale was a challenge because, well, it basically was so limited on the colors that you can use. But it made for some really cool effects and some really, really cool, like, results. Like, my favorite one, the vampire one, was so fucking cool. I loved how that one came out. Because I tried a different kind of shading style, which was, like, just with red, like, different, like, shades of red. And while it took me quite a while to get the grip on it, it was a really cool effect and result, and it fit vampire theme so well because blood. But yeah, it was such a cool effect, and I ended up applying that to the one, oh god, which one was that? Corruption, which was where I drew Rappy from Nikkei getting corrupted by a rapture. Again, another one that just kind of worked because red, well, when you think corruption, you think like error, and when you see like error messages, you see flashing red lights. So that one fit perfectly. So yeah, I really did. I really did enjoy Inktober, even though it was exhausting, and some really cool like ideas, some really cool like lasting ideas, and like styles came out of it. And who knows, they might be applied to this project if the scene calls for it. We shall see. No. Okay, maybe if I can get this to function. There we go. But another huge, huge, huge tip I can give to anyone who is like an artist or a content creator in general, don't worry about getting it like, a billion% perfect, because here's the thing, no art piece is perfect. No art piece is perfect, even the ones that are the most popular in the world. I'm sure the Mona Lisa has some flaws in it. I'm sure there's like a place where he like misstroked and it's hidden underneath a layer of paint and you don't see it because, well, he hid it. But that mistake is there, showing this was, painted by someone with a hand and human. And that humans, just make mistakes. That's just part of the process. Like, art is basically a whole process of trial and error. You're going to make a lot more mistakes than you are going to make, you know, like you're going to succeed, or you're going to fail more than you succeed. And that's just the case with a lot of things. So, if you make a mistake and it's not like huge by any means, then don't worry too much about it. Because unless there's someone who's really just an asshole, like an art snob, who just wants to be a dick to be a dick, then don't worry about the piece or that like mistake getting to you. Because trust me, there are some evident mistakes in some of my pieces, but here's the thing, only I can see them. They're only visible to my eye, and you should always think from the eye of the spectator, the person who's going to be spectating your piece. They're going to be looking at it from like this angle. So they're not going to be zooming like that, looking at every single stroke and detail, like every pixel. And that's why, if a little bit of a hair strand is like just wider than the other side, I'm not worrying too much about it, because there's not really, like, people are going to see that and they're going to go, that looks like an anime girl. Like, it looks like hair for the most part. It's not even, but then again, your hair is not necessarily even either. So you've just got to think from the eye of the spectator and apply that to yourself. Because here's the thing, if you try to be perfect, you're never going to get anywhere. Like, you're never going to be able to move on to another piece, because you're going to constantly be like, oh, this is off, oh, this is off, oh, this is off. And trust me when I say that's going to happen more often than not. It's just part of being an artist and a content creator. Like in RTBAA, there was some clear as freaking day, like, volume problems or issues that I can see it plain as day. But here's the thing, the person listening to it, they're probably like, doing something like, and putting it on in the background, so they're not really paying attention like I would. They're not paying attention, and it's not even like hearable unless you're really paying attention, like with the eye of the person who created it. And that's just how you got to look at it. So if I like see something that's not hugely obvious, then I'm not too worried about it. Ugh. And that's probably the best way you can avoid wearing yourself out, because it's so easy to wear yourself out that you don't even know. Like, it is so easy for you to burn yourself out by just worrying about the smallest things. I should know. I've been a victim of it. Burnout is definitely a real thing, and it's not fun. Always take care of yourself, and don't like try to overwork yourself. Otherwise, you are gonna feel the wrath of it. Oh, try that again. tongue. Okay. Let's get her face. Whoop. Okay. Just gotta be very, very careful around this area and get these curves actually accurate. Otherwise, that could be a problem. Looks pretty good. Why is there a bump there? That's a good question. Why is there a bump there? Yeah, whatever, it is what it is. Yeah, because that would be the clavicle. There wouldn't be a bump there, it would just go straight down. Like that. That is not how female anatomy works. That's just not how anatomy works in general. You got the pressure lines. Okay, how... Okay. Let's get her color. Nope. A little too close. Here we go. Connect straight to it. Hope I didn't get the curve line correct. Need to get that in the right spot. Oh, for fuck's sake. There we go. There we go. But yeah, guys, YouTube might randomly crash. So just bear with me. Don't ask me why, but it just might. Because YouTube sucks like that. Okay. Not sure if that looks right or not, but again, that wouldn't be your main focus. Your main focus would be like right in this area, or even down in that area, because that's how some people see these characters. Which they're not high school characters. They're more like, 19 or higher kind of like characters. None of these characters are underage. Trust me, I'm not that kind of person. Okay, one of the issues that I did make was right here. So I need to actually get this correct. So that would connect to about right there, because that's not how they work. In clothing, anyway. Okay, come on. Okay, seriously, hand? You were doing so good. There we go. Okay. Right, let's get the hand first. Whoa. Okay, too big of a thumbnail. Okay, there we go. Much more like a thumb. These are like the trickiest angles to get correct. But luckily, they're not the main focus. I'm also sure in a lot of like comics and stuff you read and stuff like that, there is definitely a lot of mistakes. Because it's only human nature. Tons of shows like My Little Pony. I've watched My Little Pony, and there is a ton of animated errors in it. But you have to have like a very, very well-trained eye to spot them. Like if they're there, you have to have a good eye. Like especially in the earlier seasons, they really had a lot of animated errors. Animation errors, I should say. Not to mention tons of copy and paste. And yes, I have used copy paste like crazy in certain scenes because if there's something that looks this part and I can just copy paste it onto that, I'm just going to copy paste. I'm not going to even worry about it. Right. So what I actually need to do is probably curve that. So let's actually back this up a little bit. Go something more like that. Yeah. There we go. Go. Just like that. And there we go. Okay, behind the hair. My coffee gone? No, it's not. Woo! Too much sugar. Way too much sugar. Something like that. That's a little off. Let me just try and clean it up a little bit more. Yeah, that probably needs to come down more. I know it's not a main focus, but it bugs me. Okay, that's not too bad, but this is definitely not clean, so let's bring that up a little bit. Okay, that's a little better. Draw this down. Like that. Let's get these hair strands real quick. I do remember this was probably the part of the comic that was probably the most tedious, just because of the pose. The way she's posed is one that I'd really never done before, so not to mention I think it's something that a lot of artists have. And that's basically if you can't see what what you've drawn, then your brain is like having an aneurysm trying to figure out, how to properly put it together. Like if I can't see a leg and I'm trying to draw like a pose like this where the leg is just partially in frame, then I have to draw the whole body. Otherwise, it just looks off. If I try to draw it with just that leg coming up, like even though I know it's correct, my brain says no. It's like a missing limb syndrome. Okay, that's her skirt. Wow, we're almost done with her already. Alright, now the leg. Which was definitely the most tedious part of this entire drawing. Come on. I do remember this is like leggings that's covering her leg, that's why it's darker. Which makes sense for a lady. Especially when they're supposed to be attractive. Like, she is meant to be a waifu. 100%. She's meant to be a waifu. But she's not necessarily the nicest waifu, if you get my drift. They're all supposed to be waifus, but yeah, they're not really nice waifus. But I know some people like that. Because weird. Some people like the what would that count as? That would be a yandere, I think, is the ones that are obsessed with you. So that would be, yeah, I think that'd be a yandere. Tsunderes are the ones that are kind of like, they say they don't like you, but they really do, and they don't want to stay in their own pride. So, actually would count as a yandere. Okay. Let's do the tail first. Before I continue with the leg. Nice. Then I need to put the pressure lines at the front of the chest because, yeah, those things are definitely pushing down on that shirt, creating some lines. Just like that. And if you're wondering how to draw a demon tail, basically it's a curved tube with an upside down heart at the end. That's basically what a demon tail is. And some demons have like thinner tails than this. I just prefer thicker tails because they're so much easier for me to draw. So much easier for me to draw. But the end point, yeah, this is basically just an upside down heart. There we go. It's like a spade. Like, think of a spade. Which basically all a spade really is just an upside down heart. With a much longer tail. Let's give that some color. I think I lowered the opacity a little bit. It's about that color. That's a little too strong. Let's go about 10%. That'll work. All right. Let's put that on the main. All right. Now we need to... Okay, I actually need to pull this back just a little bit because they would kind of have a curve point. If I can get it to behave. It's hard to tell because of the rough sketch underneath. It's kind of throwing my brain off a little bit. We'll go with something like that for now. Okay, so now the background. Oh, this is going to be fun. Excuse me. Let's name this Ashley and do the background separately. Just because I want to not cause any issues with maybe a background artist. So. Let's see. It's definitely not straight, but I did it again, didn't I? Something like that. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, now I gotta go back to the regular one. Which, if you're wondering what this is, it's basically a sink. It's a sink rim. Even this was a little tricky for me because, yeah, never drawn this kind of stuff before. There we go. And again, using the straight line tool, not a problem either. It's a tool. Use it. If someone's got a problem with it, tell them go fuck themselves. So I treat it. Look, if you've got a problem of me using the tools that the program gives me, then you can just basically go fuck yourself. Oh, shit. Alright, I think it's just the line right here, and then we're pretty much done. Okay, the frame doesn't count. We're not too worried about the frame. Yeah, like that. Ooh, very close. Let me connect that a little better. Much better. Okay, just get that a little bit more connected. Ouch, god damn it. Okay. Doesn't look too bad, but now we've got... Let me turn off the base. Take a look at it that way. Yeah, that looks fine. Looks fine as is. Alright, now we gotta turn that off. Let me actually name this, Ew. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that kind of differently. Just turn these off. Erase it one piece at a time. Bye-bye, Ashley. Or should I say rough Ashley, that I spent hours on. Oh, I forgot her lipstick. Whoops. Nah, we'll fix that in just a second. Actually, no, let me fix that now, just so I have the lines down. Okay, go to Ashley for a minute. Go to 2.0. No. Oh, I'm on eraser, that's what's going on. Oh, for... Okay, like that. Something like that. Sure, something like that. Okay. Does that look good? Well, not as is, but we turned down to about 30. Okay, that's too much. Ew. Whoops. I swear to God. I forgot to put it on a separate layer. Am I on a separate layer this time? Yes. Oh, I swear to God. Behave. Something like that. Something like that. Yep, like that. Something like that, yep. Okay, I'm going to turn that down to 30. Yeah. Let's go to 10. Okay, that'll work. Put that on Ashley. All right. Now back to the base. Oh, turn Ashley off. Now back to base. Jeez, be very, very careful. I knew that panel would take the longest for sure, because there's a lot of detail to go over. Something like that. That. The heck happened here? Oh, that must be part of the leg color. That's alright. Very careful around these edges. Okay, I think that's the bottom. Yes, that's bottom. Okay. Even this is a long process of just erasing everything. I technically could have just grabbed everything, but nah, that's too much work.
Sandwich I can't eat, Skyler. Jam and Swiss. You're good. You got.
No, I'm good.
You're good.
All right. Okay, we can be. I think we're fine around star up here. Let's see. Hopefully we are. Which I think we are because we got the background as well. So I think we're good. Oh yeah. All right, boink boink. All right, there's panel number 3. Just take a look over things, just be absolutely sure we got everything, which I think we did. Oh yeah, our chest looks much better. Looks more accurate now. Background's okay. I see that. That's a little bit of a... Something needs to be connected. There we go. Okay, I think Ashley's good to go. All right, let's move on to the last panel, which is panel number 4. This one should be pretty damn easy. Add folder. A new layer. All right. Let me just take a drink real quick. Excuse me. Okay. Let's do her. Start the easy stuff. Then we'll move on to the hard stuff. Nice. Okay. Nope. Oh, for God's sakes. Okay, now on this side, maybe. Okay, that's good. It's a close-up of face, so there's really not much detail here, besides probably around the eyes, which are just shut. Maybe. If I can get this to freaking function. Let's try that again. There we go. Nope. Okay, got those. Okay, that goes to the top because those do go to the top. And not do it sloppily. For fuck's sake. Is that okay? Yeah, that'll work. Okay, let's not go to the eye just yet. Let's do that last. What the heck? Something on this side. Guess I could go through the eye. Yeah, let's do this professionally. Doesn't really matter. The eye's going to be colored anyways. It's alright if it goes over just a little bit. Excuse me. Okay, now the outer layer. Now the outer parts. That's fine. No. Nope. That's fine. Off just a little bit. Important that I get these connection points correct. Nope. Pen, can we not spaz out, please? There we go. Excuse me. Okay. Let's do this side. No. Something like that, yeah. Okay, that might work. Something like that. Yeah, that'll work. Doesn't need to be perfect. Your hair's not perfect anyways. Not even in anime. Unless they're like wearing some unless they've sprayed their hair with like some hairspray that is just straight up like locks their hair in place like Yu-Gi-Oh characters. Yu-Gi-Oh and Dragon Ball Z characters. Nope, too fast. There we go. Okay, just gotta do the eyes. The bubbles. Let's do the bubbles first. Oh, try that again. Okay, that's sloppy right there. Let me try and get this a little bit cleaner. Something like that. Yeah, that'll work. Hopefully that don't look too off. And again, bubbles, they're not perfect either. They move around, they have physics. So they can look a little off, like circle shaped. Okay, now I just need the eyes. Which either can be easy or they can be the worst thing, depending on how my hand wants to behave. There we go. Whoopsie. Okay, let's actually get that correct. Whoops. There we go. Okay. Now we'll just fill her in. Ouch. Right, now we just gotta do the other side. It's fine if that goes off a little bit. Because we could just do something like this. Not too worried about if there's a little smudge mark or something like that with this, because it's mostly just black, so we're not too worried about it being a little smudgy. Nope. Okay. Let's take a look. Alright. Not too bad. Alright, turn that off. Now I just gotta erase the base. Look how much faster that went. Just because there's not that much detail down here. It's very, very mild on the details. We gotta be careful towards the top because we can erase the frame. Okay, not that small. About right there. Again, it's okay if a little bit of the original gets stuck in there. We don't really mind that, because the new version is going to kind of fill that gap, so we're not too worried about it. As long as the majority of it is erased. Up. Come on. Let's make it just a little bit bigger so this goes a lot more faster. Smaller than that. Smaller than that. Ah, there we go. Much faster. Okay, now we gotta be careful because these actually connect. Okay, not that small. Okay. Oh, we missed a strand. We missed a strand, guys. We missed a strand. I think I can see something right there, too. Okay. Turn that on. And now we have a freshly resketched page. Oh, see a spot I missed. Get that real quick. Whoops, not with the eraser. Okay. And now I can just turn this back up to 100%. Okay. I'd say the most time-consuming part is done. Now we're on to probably... I'd say probably the more harder of the process, which is basically adding the text. Okay. So, let me finish this sandwich that my dad gave me real quick, and then we'll get on to it. Because then I have to go into, I have to actually go into my Google Drive on my phone, which I'm using to read the chat, so I won't be able to read chat for a minute until I actually finish the sketch and all that. And I'm pretty sure I know the text pretty well. Like, I know she says, "How's the wire, best friend? Should I join you?" And she says, "New girl seriously had the goals. I think she can hang with us. You must not have gotten the memo, bitch." She has quite a long set of line, so maybe I can adjust that. Then down here it's just laughter. So I might simplify Ashley's set a little bit more. I guess it all just depends. Just gonna take a look over this to be absolutely sure I didn't miss anything, which I don't think I did. Nope, I don't think I missed anything, which is good. That's very, very good. So I said it took me about maybe about an hour, almost 2 hours. That seems about right. Whoops, not that. About 2 hours seems about right. So let me finish this sandwich real quick and then I'll get back to it. So first thing I should do is actually get on panel 1. Add a new layer. This will be the text layer. For the font, I kind of want something that represents her. So maybe something like this? Like something sinister. Maybe go for a different font. Which we can, for sure, find. Just go until I find one that kind of matches her a little bit. Like something sinister. That might work. That actually might work perfectly. Let me put in my favorites so that I don't get left behind. Otherwise, I have to go find the damn thing. And that's annoying. Alright. Let's see what this looks like. It's more like a carefree kind of look. Yeah, I like that. Does one work? How's the water, best friend? That actually does look okay. I think I'll just use this one. How's the water, bestie? Maybe bestie's better. Kind of like that better. Should I join you? Okay, I feel like I'm going to have to do something along the lines of this to kind of give it some flavor. Or not flavor, but you know what I mean. Some life, I guess you could say. That fits. Let's see. Excuse me. This one just needs to be a little bit higher up. Let's try something like that. How's the water, bestie? Should I join you? It looks off. Try turning it a little up. That might work. Okay. Now what I gotta do is I gotta go... Oh, shit. Well, not that, but... Let's see. How's the water, bestie? Should I join you? Because I need room for the page... For the page number. Which goes about right up here in the corner. So... What number is that? That's a good question. We are on 25. 25. Come on. Okay, next layer. Or layer, excuse me, panel. Okay, just close that. Go here. So this needs to be turned at the, whoops, at the goal. Think she could hang with us. Us. Excuse me. Okay. I'm going to turn it a little bit more. Kind of liked it before. Okay, let's just see if we can fix this. Not have gotten the memo. Bitch. Okay, what I could do maybe is pen, really? Stop. I don't know, it just bugs me if it's touching the person. New person, so new girl seriously think she could hang with us. Oh shit. Maybe if I move this over here. Let me just lower the size of this font. Also remember there's space here. Okay, let's see what that looks like. New girl seriously had the goal to think she could hang with us. Okay, let me move that over just a smidge. Something like that. Where did I put the number? Over in the corner. Okay, 20, ouch, 26. Okay, that's okay for a minute. All right, next text layer. I kind of want something bubbly for her because she's kind of talking in more of a joyous manner. So maybe this might work here. If I could spell. Okay, it's going to have to be smaller than that. Or I just do something like, let's see, trio silly. That fits her very well. Maybe if I can get my hand to behave. Okay. Let's just anybody with us. Not just anybody hangs with us. Hold on. In a demonic ridiculous. Okay, yeah, that's definitely gonna have to go on the bottom. Ridiculous concept to even imagine possible. Excuse me. We're the demonic trio, silly. Not just anybody hangs with us. A dragon and a demonic group. Pfft, what a ridiculous concept to even imagine possible. Yeah, I feel like that really helps to just break it down a little bit better. Seriously? Phone, hello? Okay, 27 down here. It'd be way bigger than that. Okay, then it's just a bunch of ha 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 ha's down here. Pen! Seriously. Okay, I'm seeing an issue. I think I know how to fix it. And that's just to put some drop shadow on it. Okay, I think I see some more spacing. So let's move this. Move that up just a little bit. Move this up just a little bit. I keep thinking that's the frame. Okay, that's not too bad. that. Okay, now the text for down here needs to be something kind of, I guess, malevolent. Something kind of rude, mean. Let's take a look. Okay, so I can just go back to stream because this is just a bunch of ha 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 ha's. Just gotta find the right one. It's not gonna log. Gotta get past all the copies. That might work, actually. Let me take a look at this one. Okay, that's not too bad. But I kind of wanted a different color. So instead of white, I kind of want more red. Red needs to be bigger. Come on. Thank you. Oh, you bugger. Yeah, let's different sizes. See what that. You turn again, I swear. Have to hit the screen like a zillion times before it finally responds. Any other time, it's fine. Go one like that size. Okay, we don't want it to cover her face too much. Maybe something like that. Let's keep going. I forget you can rotate them. My god, I could probably tap it with my goddamn finger and it would respond better. A little bigger than that. Forgot to add this exclamation point apparently. Okay, it looks like it's too orderly. It needs to be a little bit more chaotic. Either that or more transparent, which I can probably do as well. Maybe something more along those lines. Yeah, looks too orderly. This is kind of where we just have to mess around a little bit. Change the size a little bit. Something a little bit smaller. Okay, I can't really tell. Let's take a look. Is there a way to... Oops, not the size. Let me see if I could just take the ones out from the side of her face. That's probably better. Let's see about... Excuse me. Again, with color, it's really when it's going to matter. You can always just re-add a different color, so it's not that big of a deal. So yeah, we'll just go with something like that for now. Okay, where's the number at? The number of the page is up in the corner. Alright, so I need to go... Yep, just like that. 28. Oh, needs to be a different color. White. Okay. I want to go back to... Seriously. I want to go back to panel 1, 2, 3. Go here. Put a drop shadow on the... Okay, we don't want red. We don't want to overuse the red too much. Black should do just fine. Yeah, that's fine. Same thing with these other ones. Little drop shadow never hurt anybody. That's a cool effect. Okay, the radius I think is just a little high. If I can grab... Please. Thank you. Something more like that. Yeah, there we go. Panel 1. Yes. Just to give it a little bit more boost. But why is it not... Oh, I'm on the wrong thing, that's why. Too much. That right there. Why is the number on a different layer? That's my question. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel that, go like this, and then do it. Then the bottom, same ordeal, pretty much. Yes. Drop show. Something like that. Let's see. Put that on the same layer. Actually, no, don't do that. Just in case I do have to change some things later on. Okay. Now I just need to go back to here for a sec. Put some text up here as well. Let's get the right font. Which is this one. Episode 1. Keep. Why is it lowercase on the K? I don't get that. Friends. Close page. This would be 4, correct? I believe this is 4. Okay, it needs to be a little bit smaller than that. Smaller. There we go. That'll work. Okay. Let's just take a look over, just be absolutely sure everything looks okay. Okay, I think I see, okay, 1 and 2. These just need to be a little bit bigger. I'm gonna have to do it, oh god damn it. I'm gonna have to do it something along the lines of this way. Because now it's all under that one thing. There, now those are much more seeable. Okay. Looks pretty good to me. For a fourth page. Let me just double check to see if that actually is the 4th page before I make a mistake. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. All right. 1 page down. Just be absolutely sure. Okay. Back to my gallery because I got to name it correctly. Oh my god, really? Academy F1. Page 4, revised version. Alright, guys. There's one. Now we just need to, yep, get the next one. Okay, let's be absolutely sure. Okay, let's do the next one. Our picture. circle. Okay, this is gonna be this one shouldn't be too difficult. Maybe Layla might be a little bit more, a little bit of work, but not too bad. The ones that I know that are going to be the big work ones are going to be definitely panel 2 and panel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because of Brina. So yeah, let me just take a mini break. Go put these in the garbage and this by the coffee maker, and then get another drink. After I take a little bit of a mini break, just take a minute to have a drink, look over things, see if there's anything that may need to be altered. I think it's fine the way it is, honestly. It's just down to, yeah, making it work. Tracing it all down and getting her correct. I think this part of Layla's skirt needs to be more straightened out because it's a little too bumpy. I feel like that is probably the only key detail that I can see that's a problem. That, and maybe move coughs and gasps over to this area rather than over here, because it would splash first, then there would be the coughs and all that stuff. I feel like that's more the correct way to go. At least we know our starting number now because of what happened. So we're starting from 29. Now we just got to get rid of the text and all that because I accidentally layered all this in the original file. Oh, that's going to be tricky. But this shouldn't be too bad, I would imagine. Let's just get rid of all this stuff. Any text or anything like that needs to be accounted for. Just be very, very, very careful. One layer. Same thing here. Nothing's by a thing, so we're good. Okay, any other numbers on layers that I... Okay. Yep, just erase that. Oh, excuse me. First one should be easy enough because it's just a mouth. Alright. Turn that down to 50. Make a new folder. Panel 1. Alright. Now we're all set. Just want to have a little bit of a mini break before I start. Because we just got done with one page, so we just need a little bit of a mini break. And I don't see anything else that's really need to be accounted for. Nope. Alright. So give me just a second, guys, to just recover. Have a second to just, just have a little bit of a break. Oh, man. Alright, let's go. Let's see. Am I on right? The right? Yeah, I am. Okay. This will probably be the trickiest shape to do. Just gotta get this shaping correct, otherwise it'll look off. Very important, especially around these parts where the teeth are, because you can actually see the outline. Maybe. Oh my God, come on. That should do the trick. Okay, that's not too bad. Excuse me. Okay. All depends on when we add all this that it's really going to determine if it's good enough or not. Not too worried on the inside of the black, because that's going to be just cloaked. So not too worried about that area, but if it's going into the white where it can be seen, then yes, I am worried about it. No. Oh my god, can I draw a tooth, please? Okay, that I can live with. Nope. Oh, are these gonna be the fuckers? Alright, let's see if the teeth look okay. Top looks a little off, but it's not too shabby. Yeah, this gap right here kind of looks weird. That kind of looks a little better. It does look better, but yeah, it doesn't look the best. Oh, well, it gets the point across, and that's all I care about. Okay, there's panel 1. So there's our trace over. Yeah, I'll turn that off and erase the original. Oh, this is going to be a little tricky towards the top. Alright, let's take a look at it now. It does look better. Kind of. Sort of. Teeth are up by just a little bit, but that's not too bad. It gets the point across, and that's all that matters. Okay. Next panel. Which is one of the bigger ones, in my opinion. Or, excuse me. Panel 2. Layer. Alright. Okay. Where do I start on this one? Do I just start on the characters and then add the bathroom door thing later on? Yeah. Alright. Now comes the part where we actually have to pay attention. I'm just going to get the hair out of the way first. Because the hair is definitely where the most detail is. Looks like I could already see some spots that need to be fixed. Because they look a little rough. A little rough around the edges. Nope. Okay, seriously? Okay, that's fine. You'd think this was a hard one to draw, but nope, it was not. Because it's because it's mostly the back area, which usually doesn't have too much detail. It's just a matter of getting the anatomical part of it correct. Doing this has definitely gave me a lot of practice with back angle or back view. Definitely for sure. Which is a view that I did struggle with a lot. So doing this has definitely given me some practice. Let's get that a little bit more clear. Or clean, not clear. Yeah, that's where it would more correctly connect. Yeah, that's all right. Itch. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So these strands are going to be a little bit uneven, but that's all right. Like I said, from the spectator's view. Oops. Did not mean to double tap that. Okay, maybe. There we go. Back that up just a little bit. Okay, I can definitely see some problems with this strand for sure. So it's the fact that it is very messy, but that's kind of normal with roughs. Okay, that's a little rough. Let me try and fix that. Just to get it a little bit more clean. There we go. Nope. Just looking this over. Just being absolutely sure everything looks okay. Yeah, looks pretty even. For the most part, it looks okay. Okay, let's try and get this strand a little bit more even. There we go. Okay. Now this one. Okay, that's a little sloppy going down. Let me try and fix that a little again. There we go. Actually, no, not there we go. Because that's hideous. Okay, it's toward the bottom, so I'm just worried about that. Excuse me. Nope. Close enough. Nope. It's there. Let's get that a little bit better. Something like that. Okay, I saw a little splotch right there. That's close enough. Okay, let's try and get that a little bit more clean. Much better. Ugh. Oh, I need to shave. This thing on my top lip is starting to drive me absolutely crazy. It's just shaving is a freaking hassle and a half. You're so excited when you get facial hair, but then you're like, yeah, this ain't fun. Because especially when it grows back like a freaking weed. Okay, did I miss any? Did I? I don't think so. Okay, let's do her ears. Ugh, this goddamn facial hair is driving me crazy. No. Is that better? Guess we'll see when we get to the part where we actually erase the back. Okay, other side. Nope. Okay. Shoulder. Okay, now we gotta do down by her legs. Okay, this is where I wanted to make a change. I didn't want this to bloop out so far. I wanted to kind of come in more. So it's probably more something like that. That looked like it bumped out a little too far. Even now it still looks like it's bumping out a little too far, but that's because you can only see the the rough version of it, and it's throwing my mind off. Okay, I'm not entirely sure what that is. I think it's part of the hair. Okay, and then her hair covers the rest. Oh, right there. Okay, now her horns. Probably the trickiest part about drawing Layla, if I'm being honest, is her horns. Probably the trickiest part about this character. Okay. They're not the main focus anyways. Okay, Layla's done. I think. Yep, Layla's done. Alright, let's do Star next. Okay, what do we got going on here? Is that just part of her shirt? I believe that's just part of the shirt. I think that's part of her sleeve. Okay, let's do her next. If I can get my hand to behave. Nope. Why do we go squiggly when I don't go squiggly? Nope, other way. Let's try that again. Oh my god, hand, behave. Okay, there's her horn. Alright, let's keep going. Nope. There. Whoop, shit. Right there. No. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. Okay, that looks like a slight split. If I can get my fucking pen to behave. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. BRB. bathroom real quick, and then I'll be right back at it, guys. All right, we're back. So, turn my pen back on. Doink, doink. All right, we were right here. Is that good? Yeah, that's good. Okay, that all connects to the back of the head. I don't know what that is. Okay, that's part of the back. The sketch underneath. I don't know why I can't think of what that's called today. It's a rough sketch. No. Okay, now just go from the top. Nope, try that again. Nope, I can see that. Okay, where are we? Okay, we're at the front strands. No. Here we go. Alright, just our front strands and the ones on the other side, and our hair's done. Excuse me. Nope, follow this line. There we go. There we go. Okay, now her eyebrow. Or that's not her eyebrow, that's her, part of her hair. Okay, there should be lines like that there for hair details. So that actually needs to be more like this. Yeah, more like that. Okay, now the opposite side. Okay, I think our hair is pretty much taken care of. Alright, let's work on finishing the body first. Go over a clavicle right here. So what that bump is, it's her clavicle. Her bump above her, just right below her neck. That looks a little too expressive, so let's pick that up just a little bit. It'll work. Okay, connect that neck, draw the chin. Okay. Seriously, why didn't I give her fangs? She eats fangs. Okay. That. Those. No, try that again. Good. Then our little eyelashes down here. And then the little mark on her cheek. God, that looks terrible. Okay, increase. Okay, starts good. Alright, now we just got to put the door in. So I'm just going to do this because it's a separate part of the picture. Or drawing, whatever. Use the straight line tool to make this a lot more easier. What the fuck? I did it again, didn't I? Nope. There we go. Okay. About right there. Try that again. Oh, for fuck's sake. So it's just a matter of getting it on the line. Something like that. And just the bottom part, and this panel's done. Double check I didn't miss anything. I don't think I did, but yeah. Okay. So that's characters. Right. Let's turn that off, go back here. And erase the under whatever this thing is called. I cannot remember what this is called today for some goddamn. No matter how hard I try, seem to not be able to remember. It's called a rough sketch. That's what it's called. Get that through your head. And from here, I think it's just smooth sailing. Well, Brina's might be a little tricky, but Nothing too shabby. Now that we have it dealt with already. Okay, this is going to be tricky. We're going to have to be pretty small here. Just get that as close to the frame as possible. Without getting rid of the frame. Okay. Say bye to Layla, because she going bye-bye. Bye-bye, Layla. Rough Layla, that's what I should say. Okay. Let's get rid of this. Doesn't have to be perfect, just has to be good enough. And again, I can just go over it with a quick little stroke and be fine. It's not too much of a hassle if some of the frame gets nuked, but it's still annoying to have to redo it. Okay. There we go. Turn that back on, turn that back on. Okay, panel 2's done. Next, panel 3. New layer. I said, yeah. Okay. This shouldn't be too bad. Excuse me. Considering it's just a head. No. Just sharpen that up a little bit. No. Yep, that's the head. No. I can see that. That'll work. Yeah, let's try that again. Okay. No. So weird how if you zoom in, it just like straightens out instantly. And that's just because you have a better visual of what you're doing. To play on the brain. Okay, it's not bad. Alright. Let's keep going. I can't imagine what it would be like to do this by hand. Like to just do all of this by like straight by hand like traditionally. I can't even imagine what the process would be like. I probably wouldn't be this far. I'd probably still be in the rough stages, to be honest. Okay, that's good. And if you're wondering what the rough, why I'm going off of like the lines of the rough sketch underneath sometimes, that's because it's a rough sketch, which means sometimes there's going to be mistakes or like you could follow the line better by making your own line. The rough sketch is basically a base. And that's all it is. It's there as an idea, not as anything solid. That's why you'll see me cut off of it sometimes. Because I'll be like, oh, well, that's not right, so let's cut away from it a little bit just to kind of create something more accurate. As a non-artist, I can definitely see someone like, why are you not following the lines? I should know. I've asked artists that question before while doing art for like a project or something. They'll be they'll be on top of the rough sketch and they'll be like not following the main line. I'll be like, what are you doing? Why are you not following the main sketch? And they'll be like, that's the rough sketch. Like, I don't get it, but now that I'm an artist, I do get it. I completely get it. Just goes to show once you become one of the craft, your perspective changes big time. Nice. Okay. Okay, now we're getting to the edge of the frame. Yeah, let's do the horn. Let's get that correct. And I applaud anybody who can like do line art like a boss because doing line art is a major pain in the ass. It's a very long and very, very tedious process. Sorry, I'm not meaning to blow in your guys' ears. It's just, yeah. Okay. Oh, there's some hair. Okay, so her neck is obscured, that I do know. Because she's kind of leaning forward a little bit. So her hair is kind of coming down in front of her face just a tad. Mm-mm. Okay. Nope. Nope. Okay. I think all that's left is the eye. The eye and lipstick. Oh, and the inside of the mouth. I'll just do that first then. I'll do the lipstick last because it's on a different layer. Oh, it's the hair. That threw me off. I'm like, what the heck? Okay, inside the mouth. Okay. Now the eyelashes. Okay, lipstick. Which isn't difficult at all. Side angle is definitely the easiest angle to do it at. Front view is where it's kind of difficult. Okay, let's turn that down to 10%. Sure. Sure. Okay, that one is taken care of. Now we just need to go back to here and get rid of the underline. Let's see if more layer, yes. This is definitely the step that hurts the most because, well, you're basically erasing like hours of work. Feels like you're erasing a child or something. But you get used to it. After you do like 1 or 2 drawings, you definitely get used to it. You learn. You know, the rough sketch was rough. And that this new version is just, yeah, it's better. So you don't worry about it too much. Oh, that's gonna be tricky. Oops. Okay, lift. I'll see if there's a much easier way to do this in the future, which there probably is, and I'm just really overcomplicating things. But for now, this is my technique. Okay, it is flipping hot in this house. Okay. Then, boink boink. Let's actually bring that lipstick up to 20. There we go. Okay. That panel's done. Now we just need to do, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need to do panel 5. Panel 5. Okay. Nope. Try that again. There we go. Okay. Nope. There's our belly. Alrighty. Let's try that again. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, what do we got going on there? Oh, apparently I forgot her collar. Whoops. Oh, that's what this process is for. To make it better. Because if you can't tell, she's on her knees, pretty much. She's had her head dunked in a toilet. She's on her knees. She's coughing, choking, the whole 9 yards. Like you would be after you got your head dunked in a toilet and basically was nearly killed. Personally, I've never had that experience, thank God. Why do I keep going the opposite way? Like this. Just trying to connect that collar. There we go. That'll work. No. I don't know why my hand wants to go the opposite way, but it does. Okay, let's just go one step at a time here. Yeah, let's do these back strands first. Okay, control or connect these correct. Okay, her lower body's accounted for. Let's get her neck here. It's hot. Sorry guys, it's hot in this house. Yeah, let's do the front strands first. Okay, what do I got going on here? Even this one wasn't that difficult. It was just a matter of figuring out how the hair physics worked. And the hardest and the most tricky thing to figure out was just where the hair parted from where the ear connects, where the back of the hair connects, stuff like that. Because I wanted her mouth to be showing so that it looked like she was gasping for breath to imply, you know, that's what's happening in the scene. Okay, that's... Wow. What a jungle. What a jungle of strands. Okay, so these are the ones that are her main front bangs. Please tell me you're turning that down. No. There's a curve there, dork. Oh my god, that's the second time that's happened. No. Something like that. Okay. Let's go from the top of the head. No. Okay, hands, really? Okay, now the back strands. This honestly wasn't that bad of a rough sketch. It just was sloppy in a lot of areas. That's all. Just needed some polish. That part of her arm? Yes, it is. Let's get her t-shirt. The sleeve is what I mean. Okay. As I stated before, my brain doesn't like stick to one place. Wherever it sees connection, it just goes. So there's no definitive order of where I do the rough sketch, where there's no definitive order. It's just wherever the pen goes, or wherever my eyes spot. No, stop. Nope, a little bit more tucked underneath right there. Seriously? Oh, okay, I don't know what the hell is going on here. But it needs to be more like that. Whoops. Okay. Right there. Okay. So we got all the hair strands and stuff. Okay, not just the face and all the water details, which are probably going to be a like lighter color. That's why I avoided those. Okay, there's her teeth, her tongue. That's a water droplet. Okay, I don't see any other things. So it looks like I went with like a lighter, like a slightly lighter gray. Just to signify that this is something else. Actually, this should be like a blue, but yeah, it should be like a blue, like a light blue. Because this is water. No, 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 no. Those might need to be smaller. Not too entirely sure yet. Sorry, any other word droplets that I missed? Not that I can see. Oh, there is one more thing. Oh. That I do need to add, and it's kind of like the lipstick trick. And this little thing right here is basically the mascara smears coming down from her eyes. So go like that, lower that to like 20. You fucking dick ass. Something like that. I don't know. Okay. Now we need to do Mr. Toilet in the background. So let's go something like this. No, not that. Let's do the background first, just so that's out of the way. That's the frame. Okay, so we don't need to worry about the frame. Yeah, that passes. Alright. Nope, get that just a little bit more clean. Any other stuff? Not that I can see. Okay, turn those off and erase the original. What the fuck? Oh, I see. And then we just add the text and call her a day. Which the text shouldn't take that long. I'm just getting the connections to the panels out of the way so that I don't have to deal with them. Okay. Turn these back on. Okay, so 20% is pretty low. Let's go 30. Again, when I add the color, it'll really make that blue pop. Like, watch this. She has usually like brownish hair, so I'll just go brown, like just a play brown. Yeah, see? Pokes right out. So, yeah, it's fine. Back to the black. Alright, guys. I think it's just text now. Hooray. Right. Let's go panel 1 first. And I do remember the words here. It's just a simple shout. Let's see. For Layla, what kind of text do we want? It's like a shout. So it would be like a very expressive kind of font. I would say something along the lines of probably this, if it looks good. Not Bertina. Just increase the size of it. Something like that. Then the style. Make this maybe a, I don't know. I don't know. It just so it looks a little less blendy, I guess you could say. You can always fix it later if it's a problem. Okay. I think another thing that I kind of want to add as an effect. Let me see if that might actually be a thing. Like lines that kind of signify action. Hopefully they don't look like whatchamacallums, whiskers. Hopefully not. Oh, for fuck's sake. Something along those lines. Just to kind of give it a little bit more impact, I guess you could say. Hopefully they don't look like whiskers. Okay, I think I know what I'm going to do. Just get rid of these. and then just copy paste. Copy paste. Something like that, yeah. Sure. Sure. Okay, which one is the main layer though? It's that one. Just put that there. Okay, that's easy. Easy, done. Actually, no, it's not done. I need to add the number as well. We were on, I believe, 29? 29, yep. I'm just going to stick it where the hell ever. Text. Size. Holy, yeah, we need to go way smaller than that. We also need to make that white again. Something like that. Don't care for the text though. Let's give that. Sure, why not? That one. There. Okay. This is where the text is going to get tricky. Okay, panel 2. I do remember the text. Need a text layer. Ugh. So it was... But I don't like the font, so let's change that to something a little bit more her. Something like that. Definitely needs to be somewhere else and smaller. Let's see. Really? Okay, it's a little too... Hopefully that's not too small to see. Something like that. Okay, we can also add a like a falter, oh my god, whatever you call it, a drop shadow to kind of give it some buzz, I guess. Or what I could do is like to signify she's basically yelling, like, you know, get away from her, bitch, you know, something like that. We could go text, we could put like a red or something. Maybe lower the thickness a little bit. That does make it pop out a little bit more. Maybe. If I can get my thing to freaking... Yeah. Okay. No text layer. Okay. For this one, I want a more ominous one, like this. Okay. Rose. We got company. We got, let's put company on the bottom. What the fuck? Okay, now the style, we want to put that at white. And increase the font thing. Okay, I think I know what I want to do here as well. Hello? God. I'm going to move this up here. Just kind of give it a little bit more something, I guess. Okay. Now I need to go to the next one. Let's see. Brain, wake up. Wake up. Alright. What am I doing? I don't know. What am I doing? I need to text. Okay, so for Rose, it's basically the ominous looking text. I think it's... Okay, she starts with a sigh. Sigh. Probably can be a... Oh, shit. Actually, that can probably be small because it's a, like, action rather than an actual word speak. So maybe this can be bigger. Sigh. Well. Ah, fuck. You'd be able to see what I'm doing. Well. It lasted. Okay, that can be one thing of text. Let's see. How's the lining? Okay, there's one more set. Looks like it's your lucky day. Dragon girl. Okay. Can I fit all of this in one spot? Yes, I can. It's always just a matter of getting them in the right spots and all that stuff. Making it look comic-y. That's the trickiest part. Okay. Let's put this maybe up here. This right here. No. Maybe push it out more, like this. We'll stick with that and see what happens. Ew. I forgot to put the number. The number is always the one I forget for some reason. Okay, that needs to be bigger. Okay, that's fine. Now I need to go back to the last layer for a minute. Because I need to... Let's see, where do I put that? Probably right here. So that'd be 30. $29, $30, $31, yep. Okay, then I know what I can do for the next one, because there's an action here. So yank, if I can spell. Why is the case so weird? Kind of looks messy, but oh, I just go back to text. Whoops. Okay, I know what I can do. Instead of that, let's just move that to the next layer. Okay. So the reason we didn't make any like panel for this earlier was because of the fact that panel 4 is just a text layer. Maybe panel 4. Okay. Let's see here. So I need that one text. Brain's falling asleep. This is not good. Yank. So do something like that. Then add a splash. Can I fit that? Yes. Okay. Let me get rid of those. What is this? Anything? Nothing. Okay. I think I made this layer though. Let's go just a black for now. Put that in there. Okay, what I need to do now is I need to go back to text. The fuck? Oh, right. Because I forgot to add these star looking things that signify a sound. So there we go. Please and thank you. There we go. Yank, splash. All right. Oh, the number. We almost forgot the number again. It is be 32. All right. Then over here would just be like coughing and like splat and like dripping and stuff like that. So this is just going to be all over the place. No, stop. Okay, we aren't using this font. We're going to use... What does this one look like? That one's good. That's good for an action. So we have coughing. Gagging. Coughing, gagging. Dripping. If I can spell. Oh my god, if I can spell. My brain's falling asleep, guys. That is not a god. Drip. Dripping. Heavy breaths. Okay, that needs to be smaller. What else? What else is happening here? Heavy breathing, gagging, coughing, retching. Pen. Are we serious right now? Okay, now without that on, I mean, it gets across the idea, pretty much. Okay. I'm just gonna stick with that for now. Okay, I need to have a place where, for God's sakes. Text. 30, I'm on 33, I believe. Okay, that definitely needs to be way bigger than that. 31, 32, 33, yep. Holy crap. Okay. Now I've got a much better interpretation. Okay, so 31, 1, 2, that's 2. Okay. Panel 2. Text. Oh. The heck? Am I crazy? 1, 2. Am I on 2? Like, seriously. 1, 2. Oh, it's 3. My bad. It's 3. I don't know why I was thinking that. Okay, this looks a little too far over, so let's move this like this and see if that might help. Yank, splash. Okay, I think there's only one more thing that I want to add to this last one. It's the entire thing, right? Yes. Okay, for this one, I think we're gonna do something like this, so that there's less room taken up. Right here. Heaving. kind of get across that point. Okay. I think that definitely gets the point across. Oh, right. The top text. Hopefully I've got enough room. I believe I do, but... Okay, one last line of text. I think I'm already on the right font. I believe, anyway. Nope, wrong one. Tab 1. This would be page 5. Barely enough room, but... Okay, now I think we can add some additional effects to, because I really want to add more indignation to the text. So this needs to have a drop shadow. So, like... Yeah, that works fine. Okay. Panel 2 is... Why is it 2? Yeah, shut up. Oh, never mind. I actually don't want to combine those. This is... Can I do it this way? Drop shadow. Just kind of go around the wheel a little bit. Something like that. I don't know. So you can do that by just selecting. All right, then this one I want to have more of a black. Just so it pops a little bit. Okay. Same thing on the next one. That's one. But I don't want the number, I just want these. Yeah, shut up. Okay, those are already punctuated enough. Actually, maybe not. For... Let's see if there's a, if a red... Would a red give more of like a... I don't know, like an impact effect? Kind of. It kind of works. That or maybe a blue because water. Kind of mix it up a little bit. Red kind of indicates impact, and that's kind of what's happening here. Sure. Sure, guys. Sure. Alright. Now onto 5, which would just be a black. Not but that much punctuation, though. me just try and mix it up a little bit. Yeah, let's just go black. Okay. I think that this page is done. And with that, I think we are done. Just double check everything. Just to be absolutely sure I didn't miss anything. Excuse me. Nope, I think we're good to go. Think we're good for a day, guys. I think we're good for a day. All right, let's go back. Name this the right thing. Academy. App 1. Page 5. Revised version. Alright, guys. With that, I think we're done. I think we have finished for today. So, yeah, I think it looks pretty good. That was a lot of work, but we did get quite a bit done for one day. And I don't know, maybe I'll take a break tomorrow because I don't want to overwork myself, but it's definitely a lot more work than I thought it was going to be. But again, we'll add like details, like when the color and all that shit comes in. Like when the color is in here, that's when like, you know, like shading and all that's going to come into play. Right now, we're just tracing over, getting the mistakes fixed that are very like visible, that would make it better. Coloring and all that, that's the last step. Well, technically, no, the last step would be the editing and putting it together, but the coloring in terms of the visual like stuff, that is definitely going to be the last step to make the visuals like come to life. It's definitely going to be the biggest one, so I'm not looking forward to it. But anyways, I want to thank you all for watching, joining me, and just hopefully you learned something and enjoyed watching me just basically put something together that's massive. And yeah, hopefully y'all are having a great day, and hopefully y'all have a great night. And until next time, I will see you all next time, and happy horrors until the next time. I realized I just said time like 3 times in a row. Oh, there it is again.